Welcome to the Hooked Read Along Reading Sprints. This is a read along that's hosted by Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads. All of her information and the announcement is down below, but not to worry if you're not reading it. We are, but that's okay. You can read whatever you want. I think when Brooklyn pops in, she'll be reading book 2 actually.
I think Brooklyn's reading Scarred.
Yeah, she's already in Discard, I think, which is very exciting. So yeah, very fun. And oh my gosh, speak of the devil. Let me switch screens so I can include Brooklyn. Yay! Hi. I was just giving the rundown of your read along, but if you want to take the reins, you're free to do so.
So we are reading Hooked, but it is kind of turned into me reading more than Hooked, which is totally fine. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I've finished the book. I wish I wasn't finished so I could read it with you guys, but I just went and just did it myself after making a read along for it. So that wasn't very smart of me. But yeah, everyone's just reading. We've got all the chats on Discord. That's been really fun with everyone posting the quotes and stuff when they find a funny or a fun quote that they put on there. That's really fun. But yeah, everything's in the announcement video that I posted a little while ago as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I linked that below. So if someone is interested, yeah, I tried to be preemptive. I was like, what information do we need? It's all below. And obviously you're both linked below too, as is Chrissy, who is already here in the comments at least. So Chrissy, if you want to pop in anytime, that sounds good. Chrissy's information is down below too. Yeah, so I'll just get into the comments. Nicole says, good morning. Lovely. I know it's the morning for you all. Yeah, for Australia and that. Danny's here. Hello. What are you all reading? I know some of you are probably reading Hooked along with us, but if you're reading something else, that will probably ease the tension of this dark romance that we're going to be reading. So maybe we want a little bit of variety. But Tina says, hello, y'all, I can't stay, but I just wanted to say I finished Half-Baked Murder today, 4.5 stars. Thank you so much, Leandra, for the recommendation. Oh, I'm so excited. Honestly, I was thinking of you, Tina, as I was reading it, because obviously you are the cozy expert at this point. And I was like, I feel like she would like it. And so doesn't that make you feel so good when you give a recommendation? Someone actually likes the book. It's the most nerve-wracking thing.
I'm excited to read this.
Oh, I know, that's right, because you're doing it for a little project yourself.
I have a little secret video that Lord knows when I'm going to start it, but
yes, but it is coming at some point.
It's coming at soonish.
Yes,
probably the next 2 months. But
oh, I'm so excited. So summer, definitely it'll be happening
this summer, coming to you this summer.
Yes, coming to theaters, aka BookTube near you. As long as you've got a Wi-Fi connection, you'll be seeing it.
Exactly.
Nicole says, I have finished Hooked 2 and I'm looking forward to reading book 2. Oh my gosh. Are you going to be reading book 2 in these sprints, Nicole, or are you kind of taking some time off? If y'all are still alive later, I might be back. Have fun reading. Yeah, so everyone knows the intention is that we're just going to be sprinting at least until I finish the book and Brittany finishes the book, because Brittany has yet a deadline in which you've got this reading vlog you've got to get done. So not only book 1, but you're adding book 2 to this.
No, I have a different book.
Oh, a different book. Are they steamy, dark romance? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm doing a slutty retelling vlog.
Oh, I love that. What's the other book?
I'm doing this one, Desperate Measures, which is the one I have to finish by Katie Roberts, which is an Aladdin retelling. Okay. And Never Never.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah,
which is another Peter Pan dark retelling.
Ooh. Oh my gosh, it'll be really interesting to compare which one you like best. Yeah.
But they'll be stealing Desperate Measures from me tomorrow at 8 p.m. Yeah. So I have to finish this and read all of Desperate Measures tomorrow. Luckily, it's not very big.
Yes, you'll be listening as you're doing everything else. You're like, no. Okay. I am doing Hooked and Cousins. Sounds good, Chrissy. Woohoo. Can't wait to talk to you about both of those books. And Cousins is getting really good. Yeah, that's that thriller, domestic family thriller that you've been reading for a little while. Danny finished Hooked, waiting for Scarred on Libby. So tonight I'm reading All of Our Demise. Oh my gosh, you were talking about that on Nicole's sprints the other night as well. And I think you were really enjoying it. So that sounds great. I will be finishing up Night Angels by, is it Wina Dia Randall? Wina? It's tough with the EI. I never know which sound to use. In Dutch, it would be an I sound, EI, but you never know.
I'm always butchering authors' names on sprints constantly.
Yeah, suddenly my voice gets wobbly and I'm like, oh my gosh, not that they're watching, but it makes me so nervous. Yes. Hello, Emma. Woohoo. What are you reading? Are you still reading that one book? It was something debt, wasn't it? What was it? I can't remember what it was. But if you're done with it, what did you think of it? Then I might start it book 2 after I finish the book I'm reading. Yeah, that sounds good. And then you can be in conversation with Brooklyn for a little bit.
Well, I was just about to ask Brooklyn, how far are you into Scarred?
I haven't started it.
Okay.
I ended up starting, what did I start? Oh, Twisted Games, the second book to Twisted Games. I ended up starting that instead because I wanted to wait until I was on sprints to actually read a book related to this.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait to see, like, you're gonna give us little snippets of like just the way the atmosphere is and how different tone wise it is. I can't wait to figure that out.
Is that one Nala in Scar?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
I know it was Scar, but like that's good.
Yeah,
I like that.
And I wonder how they're all gonna be related.
That must be who it is.
Yeah, because like how in this one, like this obviously isn't a spoiler, but like Peter Pan is Wendy's dad. Like I wonder if their like relationship with each other in Scarred is going to be different, like rather than like what's Simba going to be in this?
Yeah,
like what's going on? But yeah, hi Nina, hello, welcome. What are you going to be reading? I am sure you are tired of hearing me say this, but after Monday, you won't hear me say so for a while. Woohoo! I am grading. Oh, I know. Oh my gosh, this is like the semester that never ends, but you're pushing through.
So close, so close.
Yes. I put request for Scarred there is a wait list. Okay. Yeah. I feel like it's obviously it's super popular, so it makes sense that there would be like a wait list for these books. I think I had... Oh, well, I got mine. I'm listening to the audiobook of Hooked through Hoopla. So like I didn't have any wait time for that. But if it was on Libby, it probably would have a wait list too. Blood Debts. That's what it was called. Good memory. Almost. I remembered one of the 2 words. So I was 50% of the way there. I haven't gotten much further in it, sadly, but will soon. Yes. That'll be your reward after grading everything. Yeah. And then Chrissy says hello to Nina. So lovely. Having coffee and cake and ready to read. Oh my gosh. It's such a grandma thing, but I have some cake in my fridge and it's carrot cake. And I know that's like a very old woman thing to appreciate, but I really am excited for it. Oh, everyone's saying hello and how are you? Yeah, everybody check in with each other. That sounds good. I also think that we're going to stick to a pretty strict schedule in regards to like trying to do 15 minutes, 45, just to keep up productivity and make sure that at least Brittany and I can finish this on time and like for a normal hour for sprints at least. So we're not like going through the night. But yeah, so that's our intention. So we still have a little bit of time before we have to go if there are more comments though. I'm doing okay. That's good. It's left over from Mother's Day.
Love
chocolate cake. Very lovely. Awesome. Okay. Well, that is the end of the comments. Did anyone have anything else before we wanted to enter our first sprint?
No, I'm excited.
I think so. I'm eating toast, by the way. Sorry if like I'm eating Vegemite.
Well, I saw you eating something and I was like, I don't know what that is. I thought it was like pizza because of like the crust.
It's like a muffin.
Yeah, I can see where you got pizza.
Like a breakfast pizza or something like that.
No, Vegemite. Muffin.
I've never.
That is so Australian.
Yeah, I know. I have Vegemite every morning. I love it.
Oh my gosh. I wonder, we probably can buy it here, but it's like probably in like the international section.
Probably so expensive.
Grocery store.
We'll have to try it sometime like on live or something.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so fun.
Treats thing. Yeah. It would probably be like cheaper if I sent it to you guys, probably.
Oh my gosh, I will, and then firstly we'd have to probably take a picture of it, show you like the brand to see if you even are familiar with it, because it could be like some weird
probably on like Amazon.
Yeah.
I could probably get it shipped to me.
Yeah. What is like the base of Vegemite? Like, what's the main
Like
ingredient?
yeast.
Salt?
Yeah. It's like yeast. Yeah.
Interesting. So it's
I'm
more like,
pretty
I guess
sure.
that's the paste part of it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
You've got to like make sure you don't put too much on it, because that's what like everyone does when they try Vegemite. They put like so much on and then they hate it. It's like way too much. But like you just do like heaps of butter and then you do like a really good.
Does this look like a brand you know?
Yeah, that's good. That's the one where we squeeze it out though. We usually get like the jar ones, but that's fine. That's the right brand. Yeah.
That's and I like that you said like you put butter on first, because like sometimes I'll do that. Like I'll put butter on and then I'll put the jam on, or I'll put like cream cheese and then jam or something.
Yeah.
You get this one, the non-squeeze?
Yeah.
The only thing I can think of.
There we go.
I remember. Do you guys ever watch like Mary-Kate and Ashley, the movies?
Oh
like
yeah,
the twin movies. I remember when they were in Australia at one point and they tried Vegemite and they started talking like with like
Mary-Kate and Ashley was my childhood of the 90s.
Oh my gosh, yes. And I was always like, now that I think about it, I'm like, was that accurate, or were Mary-Kate and Ashley just like making fools of themselves according to Australians? Like, I don't know. Let me see. We got a mini fridge, so we have more options to eat at home. Oh, lovely. Then you can make more food. Yeah. Carrot cake is amazing. It's healthy, right? Yes, carrots. Carrots are in it. Let's pretend that we don't notice the butter, the sugar, but honestly, all of that's delicious. I'm totally for it. Love carrot cake. Thanks, everybody. I feel like people don't like carrot cake usually, and I'm like, it's still sugary. It's still cake. Brooklyn, go to Macca's, which is McDonald's.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And get some of the little sample pots and send them some. Oh my gosh! So because
you have samples at McDonald's.
Like,
if you like order toast in the morning or something.
Oh, that makes sense. I guess we would have like peanut butter and jam options, so that makes sense.
Yeah. That is so interesting. I didn't even think about that. That would like an international brand would like accommodate for different. You know, I guess that makes sense because in like a lot of European countries, they'll do like mayonnaise with your fries instead because that's more. I don't know. Is mayonnaise more popular for both of you? I don't even know. In Canada, no. In Australia,
no.
Okay. I mean, some people do it, but I think it's probably like because they have.
Yeah, but it's not the majority.
No, ketchup is the majority.
We usually have sweet and sour sauce. That's what really is like the main thing at Macca's. It is. No one really gets tomato sauce. I'm going to say tomato sauce.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't call it ketchup.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's so funny, like the difference. It's really funny.
Well, even just like McDonald's, we don't have a shortened version for it.
Yeah. Everyone knows that. No one calls it McDonald's.
I think a friend of mine said that like in like France they say like McDo or something like that, and that's like how they shorten it, which I think is very funny. I love it. But I know that Australians are very known for like shortening a lot of things. Like that's just. It's like
we can like barely talk. We just like shorten everything. So lazy.
Like or even like tradies, like for like trades people. Like those types of things. I love it. I'm into it. I just feel like I would sound really silly here because I'd be the only person who does it. But
people would be like, if I went tomato sauce here in Canada, people would think I meant pasta sauce.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like that's what they would think, and they'd be like, "Why do you want that with your fries?" Like people would be very confused.
You're like, "What's going on?" Yeah. But okay, so we will go into our next sprint on that lovely linguistic journey we just went on. We can do it again in 45 minutes. So I will see everybody then. Bye. Okay. Ooh, a new.
Oh, I like this layout. I'm gonna have to make my own.
Yeah, and like you can see the little like I didn't realize that I did this until afterwards, but because I added the timer before I added your two screens, you overlap the timer so you don't get your screen doesn't get cut off. And I'm very pleased with that. So yeah,
You can probably change yours to overlap too, because you can position forward.
Mm-hmm.
Like
I should, yeah. Because when I did with yours, I was like, I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. But yeah, it's kind of fun. It's like this little, yeah. But anyway, how did everyone do? Where's everyone at in the comments, and where are you all in Hooked? Brittany, where are you at specifically?
I just finished chapter 28 with like 10 seconds left. So I'm at exactly 60%.
Me too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Perfect.
And that was a journey, because at first it started off real sweet. And then it went from really sweet, and he was doing stuff with her family, and that was really sweet. And then it really took a turn that I went through so many emotions.
Oh yeah. Like I think that like Brooklyn, you had kind of said that at this point everything just kind of like goes crazy, you know?
Yeah.
Like everything starts to happen, and it literally went from 0 to 100.
Yeah, just out of nowhere.
Like out of literally nowhere.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And I also feel like in this one, I realized a bit more about Hook's relationship with his uncle. Like I didn't know if I didn't really remember it, but when it was mentioned here, I was like, oh, so it's just really dark all around. Like there's just like a lot. It's a lot.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah. And also I just don't understand where the romance is, like how any type of romance is going to return to this story is my question.
Yeah. Literally at this point, I cannot see any fathomable
as soon as like certain things happened, I was like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. I was like, this is over. Like, how can you come back from this?
I don't know. I don't know. At this point, that's where I'm at. Brooklyn, what did you give Hooked? I'm just wondering.
I think I gave it 4 stars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because it was like really good and addicting and like totally different from what I've like ever read before. But like I wasn't obsessed with the romance as much as I wanted to be, because I think it's just like not for me.
I feel like this is a hard romance to be obsessed with, though, to be truthfully honest.
I think from like the point you guys are up to, like as soon as he does what he does, I'm like, no. But like somehow it recovers somehow.
I will see it. Yeah, we'll find out. But it's just crazy because like I think it's also I'm not super familiar with dark romance, so I don't fully know what I'm supposed to be okay with. So I guess if I read it enough, but I don't know if I could give dark romance a 5-star read. At least like if it's like this all the time.
I definitely can, because technically Witsec falls into dark romance, and I've given a Witsec 5 stars. Yeah. This is very dark.
I think it's like a different type of dark. Like
it's a different type of dark. Yeah.
Okay. There's like levels to the darkness.
There are.
Yeah. Like what I've noticed with Scarred already is that it's different. Like the type of darkness is different, which is like really good. But like they're more than like morally grey characters. But that's like a good thing. Like it kind of just works. But I feel like in Hooked, he's just like way too far gone.
Yeah, it's like pitch black. Like you don't even have a nightlight. It's like what's going on? But so really, you're enjoying it so far.
Yeah. It's not Nala and Mufasa. So there's 2 brothers that have the last name Fasa.
Okay.
And then there's this other. Well, they're all like princes and princesses. And she is called Princess Sarah, which I can't, like I had to look up Lion King. There's like someone that is around named Sarah.
Is Sarah Simba's mom?
That's what I was just wondering.
Oh, maybe.
What was her name? What was Simba's mom's name? I can't remember.
That's gonna require some Googling on my part.
What was it? I remember there was Hammurabi. Who's that?
I don't know. I need to read
Sarah B is his mother's name. So
Oh,
Princess Sarah would be
Hammurabi. That's what it is.
Must
Who's
be
Hammurabi? I don't know why I said that, but yeah,
Mm.
Sarabi. Yeah, so that's probably shortened. Sarah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. So
yeah, he like takes her over, like
which I guess that makes sense because the two brothers are basically Scar and Mufasa, so that would make sense that it's her, you know?
Yeah. So there's Michael, which is like Simba's dad, I assume.
Yeah.
And then Tristan, who is the scarred prince.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it must be.
Here we
go.
Yeah. Thanks, Danny, for confirming everything.
So the dad has died. Their dad has died, and they're like, Michael is going to be the king. But Tristan is really upset about that. But he's like very bad boy vibes, and he's like, so I love him already.
Yeah.
And then Sarah, she's like really like doesn't take shit from anyone, and she's got like her whole plan and like what she wants and everything. And yeah, I'm really interested because like the prince also has his plan, but Sarah's just going to come in and like mess it all up. I can just see how it's going to go.
Is it a why choose?
I don't know.
Which I now know what that is.
I'm just curious.
I mean, it might be. That actually, I mean, that would kind of make sense. The idea of brothers, you know, I feel like.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll see.
Or she might get mixed up in both, but she will end up being with obviously the villain of the story.
Maybe.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear more about it.
Oh, for sure. Thanks, Chrissy. Chrissy loves the layout. Looking through the comments now, still doing some errands. Totally fine. No worries. You join when you can. Hi, Neva. Yeah, Neva was supposed to join too, but you know, of course, she's very important at her job. And someone else, I think she said it was Alex, who she works with, had like his wedding, I think, had a wedding.
Oh.
And so she like had to cover for, which like totally makes sense.
Fair.
Yeah. So you're here in spirit. Dealing with some for sure. I'm like, yeah, WTF for sure. It is like, there are moments where I was like, what is going on?
This really has mafia romance vibes, which is a very specific subgenre of dark romance that like I don't think everyone would vibe with. Just because it is such a level of dark.
Oh yeah. And Wendy is like, she doesn't know anything. Like she is like so surprised. It's like, which I guess it makes sense, but she kind of knows what her dad does. So I feel like she shouldn't be as sheltered, but
she seems like, really like naive.
Yeah, like super kind of childish because she's figuring things out. But then she also took on some of the mother role to take care of her brother. So I think that's also a bit what's going on there. But dealing with in regards to the book. Oh yeah, for sure. Interested to find out more. Yeah, like if anything, I definitely have to say I am determined to obviously finish this book. I'm interested enough to be like, how is this going to come together? So like I'm impressed enough with like McIntire's writing to like make us be like
I just honestly cannot fathom where this story is going. Like normally at a certain point in the book, you're like, okay, I see where we're heading. I don't know.
Yeah. Or it's like, what do people call it? Say like, it's like Uno reverse. She keeps throwing those out there. And then it's just like, suddenly it's a 180. It's like, no.
True.
I swear. So Danny is at, the only thing I don't like about this is it does cover your face, Brooklyn.
That's okay. I'm hiding.
Yeah.
It's all right. It does it with the other one as well. Yeah.
It's only for really long comments.
Yeah. For really. I'm at 67% in all of our demise, and I'm afraid that an event that just happened is going to make things fall apart. Oh my gosh, I know. Isn't that the worst when you, I mean, listen, we're in the thick of it too. I totally get it, but I guess that's kind of the part of where you're impressed by an author, how they can handle that. You know, like they're the ones who wrote themselves into this like trench, basically. Like, and now we're supposed to be impressed with how they get themselves out, I guess. Neva's going to attempt to finish this at work, but this may be too much for me to handle in a store of men and the violence.
That's fair.
Like, I feel like if someone's like taking an order, like, oh, I'll have like this and this, and then he's like, and then I stab him and do all this stuff. It's like, what is going on? Like, that would be sad.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, suddenly the ketchup or the tomato sauce starts to look like something else. You had it right. When Scar yells at the lionesses, when the hyenas are starving, he says, "Sir Robbie." I knew it. That's all. Like, for some reason, I remember that so much from the movie. Gotta love the bad boy. Yeah, for sure. And then Neva comes up with, "We love a why choose." I've never read that trope before, so I'm gonna have to eventually try one of those for sure.
You love a why choose. So when you were starting to describe Scarred, I was like, is this a why choose?
We're like, whoa.
I'm not too far in. I'm only like 3 chapters in, so
it's okay if it isn't. Like, I will live. I just my hopes got peaked that it might be.
Yeah. That would have been so crazy and interesting on top of the whole dark romance thing. So ML graded the stack of papers that she was trying to finish last night. Oh well, progress is progress. I am trying to get through 19 more essays tonight. Oh my gosh. Best of luck, ML.
So many.
Hopefully they're good writing. I think it's harder when they're not as great. Like when unfortunately the students that you get a spectrum of people, but it's like when the writing isn't as good. Just like with like a book you pick up, it makes it a lot harder to get through.
Absolutely.
Lexi, hello. Woo-hoo. How are you? I've had a week at work, hence I'm 5 shots of Smirnoff in. Yes, we love it.
Lexi's having a party Friday night.
Exactly. It's Friday night, celebrating the weekend. For those of us who have like a kind of normal Monday through Friday schedule. But yeah, totally welcome here. If I had wine, I would drink some wine while reading this. Maybe that would be weird, but I feel like I'd be like, well, might as well. We're going crazy everywhere. OMG, the scene when he arrives and the description of the person. I'm like, oh boy. Oh, I know. When he like comes upon the scene that obviously is like the catalyst for everything that happens. Wow. Which like totally makes you think, like, because we also genuinely haven't gotten that much of the dad. Like, he's been in scenes, but like he's still this kind of like 2D figure that I don't really know about. So what we have gotten, at least with that, I was like, okay, we know a little bit more of what kind of guy he is. Interesting. Which she doesn't know about either. Wendy doesn't know how horrific her dad is yet. Right? Like, she knows he's kind of like in business, but she doesn't know that he's like also a terrible person. She just thinks he's like a bad dad.
So good. But like also crazy.
Yeah. I think we're here. OMG 5 shots. I would be dead. Yeah. Honestly, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I can't remember the last time I had a shot. Because nope. Give me wine, give me a beer, give me a lovely cocktail. Like, those things exist. Give me one of those things with like a fun little decoration on top. I'm sold. I can have way too many beers or glasses of wine, but shots, death. Yeah. Yep. Same. It's more of a stress drinking. Yeah. I mean, honestly, relief is lovely. Alcohol is, our own kind of party for sure. Been dealing with a patient since Wednesday that came in with a giant ulcer on their eye, and it's not looking good, especially since she can't feel it, which means the nerves are dying. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that sounds really stressful.
Very stressful.
Yeah, for obviously the patient, but also for you trying to like obviously give her relief or figure out what's going on. You didn't you did say she. I was like, I just gendered the patient on my own. But yeah, like, I'm so sorry. That really stinks. But like, hopefully you can kind of like give yourself some relief on the weekend and yeah. And at ML, I come from an area where underage drinking is a sport, and my family owns 2 bars. Oh my gosh, Lexi. That, honestly, I feel like that'd be so cool to like own a bar or like something like that. Yeah. Like, family that owns a bar. Yeah, that would be awesome. Where were we? If I was solo, I would seriously snoop and figure out what business my family does, but that's just me. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you knew what your dad, like, if I was like, why, like, I would want to know more than he does business. But yeah. Yeah, I had to call several pharmacies to try and find a compounding pharmacy to find fortified antibiotics. That's really stressful. I thank you so much to you and to everyone else who's in like any type of medical like
Mm-hmm.
oh, like we're so grateful to you, even if like many of our governments aren't. Unfortunately, I know that Brittany, you have a pretty strong in regards to having universal health care, which I hope
We do
I
have
hope that continues and you don't go down the path that I know the UK is dealing with at the moment, like questioning if they should keep it. Crazy. But yeah, so thank you, Lexi. But at this point, we're questioning if it's even bacterial. It might be fungal infection. Oh my gosh, yeah, that is really stressful. You know what? I know this patient is in good hands. So thank you for doing everything that, and I'm sure, I hope that she knows how much you're doing for her because, yeah. And then we've got Camilla. Hello, welcome. I'm sorry you've entered in like a really weird moment. We're discussing something a bit more serious. But because it is the end of the comments, Camilla, you've joined us right in time. We're about to do another sprint, and we will see everybody in 45 minutes. And also, perfect timing for you too, Lexi. I hope that it's less stressful for you, where you can relax. And yeah, I guess have another Smirnoff if you want for us.
I'm gonna have to go now. Sorry, guys. Gotta go
totally
to my brother's
fine.
funeral. But have
Yeah,
fun.
I'm
I'm
glad I
excited
saw you.
to read the end of it. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, for sure. Be sure to update us.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. How did everyone do? How did you do, Brittany? Where are you at?
I am in the middle of chapter 35 at 74%.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm at 75, so we're right at the same.
We're right at the same spot.
Now I'm confused because I think that this section has gotten a bit like it's still chaos and like all of these horrible things are happening. But like I feel like there's an understanding, but now I'm confused because something else has kind of just happened or alluded to happening. Like
yes,
I don't know.
Yes,
Their relationship is confusing me. Like what they view of each other and everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. Don't get me wrong. I'm having a great time, but it's an odd one. It's an odd one for me.
Yeah. Well, because it definitely, like, even if there wasn't, like, if we cut out the violence, right? Like, cut out the kind of.
Oh, yeah. That I have no, not that I have no issue with it, but
I'm fine. Bring on the violence.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like, if we cut all of that kind of stuff, that's already makes it a bit of a weird romance. It's a weird romance anyway. You know, like, yeah. So it's interesting. I definitely don't think I'll like regret reading it because I've enjoyed like the communal aspect of it and I've found it really fascinating. But yeah, it's like a conundrum.
Well, as soon as we went into the timer, there was a line and I bold messaged it to you because I was like, what?
Like, what? I know, like, these things happen and you're just like, really? Like, who's thinking, why would you think this?
And I can understand a lot of the things from his perspective because he's lived this life for a very long time.
That's true.
Some of her motivations confuse me slightly.
Oh my gosh, the dinner, like suddenly, like what she was doing at the like the gala thing. Like I was like, she's suddenly like acting completely different. Like she's got her different own priorities, and I don't know.
And I understand her family is very complicated. But sometimes I'm like, what is she doing?
Yeah, for sure. But I do I like that both of them have gained more information. And I think it's always helpful, right? We all like the worst thing in romance is the fact that we know that certain characters don't have all the information. So I am happy about that.
Well, that's what you said to me. You're like, why is he assuming this? And I was like, I'm not really sure.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, no, there has been no indication, no suggestion that,
not really sure why.
Yeah. So Lexi is definitely having another one.
Nice.
But this is a Smirnoff Red, White, and Berry. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that sounds fun. ML needed a pick-me-up and think I made a brilliant choice. An iced coffee with some whiskey in it. Oh my gosh, everybody, we're having such a good time. The whiskey is Ali's drink of choice, and I don't like it much, so I will not be tempted to go back. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but like mixing it in with like coffee, that might be the kind of like, what is it? Like an Irish coffee kind of idea.
Yes.
I don't know what is Irish coffee with whiskey?
I believe so.
Yeah, you just made yourself.
It might not be whiskey, but I think it's alcoholic of some sort.
Yeah.
I would not be considered any sort of expert on such a thing, but
yeah. I always think it's funny when like alcohol and coffee get mixed because it's like an upper and a downer. So it's like, what does that just even everything out? It's like, like nothing's happening. For more, and it gives me a little caffeine and can take that. Yes, ML, we're all.
It covers all your bases.
Yeah, and then it probably doesn't keep you up like all the like crazy, you know, the idea of the caffeine keeping you up this late at night, depending on what time it is. Or so I'm telling myself. Yeah, I guess it all depends in practice, the difference. Lexi folded 2 loads of laundry. Awesome.
Nice.
That reminds me I need to do my laundry. Chrissy just got home. Yay. We'll be joining soon. Sounds good. Yeah. As soon as you get in backstage and I notice you, then yeah, that sounds perfect to me. And then Danny wasn't super productive during that sprint. That's okay. Only 5% more red for me. I'll do better next sprint. LOL. Yeah. Well, I know that the last sprint you had like kind of this crazy twist with all our demise.
Oh, that's right, that you weren't sure how it was gonna affect everything. Yes.
Yeah. It was like, here. Yeah, like where you're like, everything's gonna fall apart. Like it did. So I know you only got through 5%, but like, did you get that little bit of information where you're kind of like, okay, things have stabilized or whatever's going on? Because yeah, with Hooked, I don't know. I feel like I'm getting a better picture of what the happily ever after will look like. Um, kind of. Like I can see why like Wendy might kind of be okay, but I don't know.
Yeah. I have a theory that I would have liked to see a certain twist play out differently. Like I liked the twist, but I would have liked to see it play out differently, which I won't say on here because obviously
Right.
it would be a bit of a spoiler situation, but I will message it to you during the next break because I have thoughts about that. I was like, oh, I think if it would have went that direction, that would have been really interesting.
Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I'll be interested to see what that is. Well, in the last like 5 minutes, I've decided this summer I'm going to try and become like a better cook or like better at like making meals. And so I ended up grabbing this cookbook, Mediterranean cooking. And so I've decided, I'm like, Leandra, this weekend you're going to make something from this book. And so while I was listening to Hooked, I was like casually flipping through, looking at these lovely recipes, and I just found it very funny. The difference between what was going on this lovely page of food and just the eventfulness. So
it's complete opposites.
Yeah, and it's like there's bright colors and this like lovely like dishes and things. I'm like, oh, that looks so great. And then Hook says something ridiculous, and I'm like, what is going on? But yeah, so that's on my agenda for this weekend. We'll see. Yeah, you can listen to audiobooks while you're cooking. So that's something I've kind of thought of. Like, there's no point in having a quick meal because I'm still can do what I want to do while I feel like that's my problem is I'm always thinking of like how to like I feel like I'm wasting time if I'm doing something else or whatever. Yeah.
I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I feel like some of these dishes aren't like I might do a dish where I'm actually physically cooking, but some of them don't have anything used for heat sources. They're like cold dishes where I was like, that seems like that makes more sense for my level of confidence.
Good beginner.
Yes. Or I also don't own a slow cooker, but I've been thinking about getting one.
Ooh, I highly recommend.
Yeah, that's what everyone says. Because then again, it's something you can like do a certain recipe and put it all in there, and then it does its thing while you're off doing other things.
I love a good dump and go.
Oh yeah, like that. I think that's what I need. I think that's what I'm missing in my life because what I've been eating this semester has just not been anything I would recommend for anyone else. So Danny thinks things are still crazy. Something happened that made me cry, and I think there is now no good outcome. No. Oh my gosh, I hate that, especially when you kind of expected there to be one. I think if you enter a sad book knowing it won't be, but if it's hit you off guard. Yeah.
Danny, I would love to know what has happened because I read the first book in this series, and I don't really think I have any plans to continue because like I didn't love the first book, but like I'd still like to know what happened.
Yeah. Is this book 2 that Danny's reading? Oh my gosh. And are there more books in the series that have already been published?
No, it's only supposed to be 2. Yeah.
Oh no. So however it ends is how it ends.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That does not sound great. Yeah. Things are still looking crazy. Yep. Ali is a super amazing professional chef, and I have been trying to convince them we shall just stream them cooking. Yeah, that's actually such a great idea. And sometimes sprints and other times us playing board games or whatever. That would be lovely, actually. And then you can because it could be, how we encourage each other to be productive and read, like encouraging each other to kind of be cooking. Like it can be like the scheduled thing where you're cooking, other people are cooking, and in the comments, they tell you what they're cooking.
Or if you posted the recipe ahead of time, people could like cook with you.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? Like posted the ingredient list ahead of time.
Now that is an idea. That actually is such a good idea. Yeah, like provide everyone being like, hey, you've got all this time, go get the ingredients. So then when Ali finally is like cooking and stuff, they can be like, hey, here's the ingredients. You have them. Okay, great. Now we're going to do this.
I would totally do that.
Oh, me too. Oh, that would be so great. I really like that idea because then it's like more interactive, and then like on the fly, there can also be like helpfulness where if someone realizes they don't have an ingredient, everyone can kind of like come up with the substitute idea. Like Ollie can give advice. Oh my gosh. I mean, this hasn't happened yet, but I feel like in my mind it's already gonna happen.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, seriously, ML, definitely encourage them to do it. I guess that is called lifestyle channel, but like nothing but streams. We could not handle making videos. Yeah, actually, that's a great. It's also good for you to know that because it's like you don't have to do any editing because editing is its own monster for sure. So yeah, like you kind of marketing yourselves as that, so people know when they're signing up to kind of watch. They'll just know it streams. I like that.
But I think streams, and the nice thing with streams is it saves. So like if people want to come back and make it later with you, it's kind of just because an edited video while you're making something doesn't necessarily work as much because the enthusiasm, like you can't like.
They have to pause the video and like
right, exactly.
Yeah, it's a bit harder when it's live. It's like I know for a fact this is how long this recipe takes. Like arguably while you're conversing with them, but that actually, that
interactive, which is fun. It's more interactive that way.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Because then, you see these like cooking channels and they're like talking to us at home, and it's like you're not really talking to me. Whereas this one, it would actually be getting feedback, and that'd be really cool.
Well, if people had questions, they can actually like ask them versus being like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and then like you've got this camaraderie. Other people can be like, "Oh my gosh, like mine doesn't look just like this either," and it can be a bit of a support group for that'd be great. And then all the other stuff sounds really fun too. But so Lexi, I have what I'm making tomorrow planned, but I went to the store today after work and literally forgot the one thing I wanted. No, I hate when that happens.
The worst.
Yeah, and that happens like so often. It's like almost you'd be okay with forgetting something else, but it's the one thing you forgot, and you're like, that almost feels like a wasted trip. Yes, ML, all the enthusiasm. Of course. I feel like enthusiasm plus ML is a guarantee. We should just have to figure out how to ensure my millions of students wouldn't find the chat. I know, right? That's kind of the issue where, like, I've thought about that because I'm teaching next semester, and I'm like, if someone searches something, not that I am doing anything crazy that I wouldn't want them to see, but it's just separate worlds, right?
I've had a couple people from my real life find my channel, and I'm just like, and it's nice that they want to support, like that's nice, but like it's a little bit of church and state, like
separation of church and state. Yes, exactly.
Like I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah, and I guess it's different if they're like as into reading and into books and things into this community as
we
are. But I feel like they're like, for me, they're not. And I'm like, you don't have to support me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's really nice, but you're not the people I'm reaching out to because I have your relationship for a different reason. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Instacart, Lexi. Honestly, Instacart, that's smart. And I've discovered like certain grocery stores, depending on what they do, of course, it depends on how large they are, but you can have like an app, and sometimes they don't charge you. Like it depends on the store, but like Target, for instance, doesn't charge me if I order and then do like drive up in 2 hours. Giant, my grocery store that's near me, does a little bit of a fee if I do that. So like I only choose that once in a while because I'm lazy. But so that actually might be a possible idea. I substituted the garlic bread I wanted with biscuits from a restaurant a block from my apartment. Innovation. Smart. That. I know. Not the same as garlic bread for sure. But And honestly, ML says good call. Love biscuits. Yeah, can't go wrong with biscuits.
Literally.
Honestly, for sure. I love biscuits so much. I don't have those very often, but I don't like Instacart or DoorDash. It would cost me more in fees. True. Yeah. Because Instacart's like that additional fee where you have someone else go get it for you and bring it. Versus, that's true. It would cost me more in fees just to drive. Yeah. Especially if it's not that far from you. Like for me, my closest grocery store is only literally a block away. So I will walk there, but I'll also, if it's like more stuff, I'll drive. So it does kind of feel like a waste if it's really close. So For sure. But yeah, that's the end of the comments. I'm also seeing that we don't have much time left.
You did perfect.
Perfect timing. Yeah. Great. Okay. Well, in that case, and then also, like, the store isn't even a mile away.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be worth paying the extra fees.
Yeah, that seems a bit silly, but okay. So we will do another 45 if everyone's good. And yeah, we'll see you soon. Happy reading, happy productivity. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
How is it going?
I'm in the middle of a very disturbing scene, like right dead in the middle of it.
What percentage are you at?
I am at 89%.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm that's where I am. So okay. Very exciting. I think that we might finish like the next sprint or something.
I should finish in the next sprint because my kid's in bed, so there should be no distractions.
Woohoo.
I know, it's always an exciting part of the night. Hi, Chrissy, by the way.
That's what I was saying. I was like, but also let's show that we have a new person here. It's Chrissy. Just so everyone knows, both Brittany and Chrissy's own channels are below, so you can be sure to follow them, subscribe to their channels because they do reading sprints as well. But yes, Chrissy, how are you? Where are you at in your reading experience? Oh, I don't know if we might have some Wi-Fi.
I was just thinking that. I was like, oh no, I don't know if Chrissy can hear us, but I can't hear her.
Yeah. So yeah, Chrissy, if you can hear us, you might want to exit and then come back in. If you do that, I'll let you back in and then we can kind of get it settled. I might
just
so close.
no.
Oh
No.
I hate technology issues.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, because I don't want, if it gets back and connects, then I don't want to like do anything. But okay, so we'll do the two of us, and then when she comes back in, we'll bring her back
Perfect.
in. But yeah, so she's reading Hooked as well. I'm imagining she's behind us just because she hasn't, been here. She was ahead of us at the beginning of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, how has everyone else done in their reading? I saw a few comments come in. Tina has returned. Yay! Hello, Tina. So it looks like you're reading Calico Confusion by Catherine Hayton. I love the idea of like cat characters. So if you're telling me that, I'm imagining this is a cozy mystery per usual. If not, let us know. But does like the sleuth have like a cat friend, like as their little sidekick, or is there like a cat involved in the crime? I love that stuff. Because there's like two different ways to go about it. Joni, I'm joining for the first time. Hello, welcome. I hope this ends up being a positive experience for you. Yes, welcome. And again, if you end up liking it, as I said, the two other people who are here, as Brooklyn, you missed her being here, but she is also a booktuber who does reading sprints all the time, and you can find all of their information below in the description. You're reading King of Wrath and also reading Babel or Babel, depending on how you say it. But Brittany, yeah, you go ahead and you fangirl about it.
I love this book. It was the very first book I read this year, and it is still my favorite book of the year.
I didn't even realize it was the first book you read this year.
Yes, because I did a video trying to end on a 5-star book and start on a 5-star book.
Right.
And I was pretty sure Babel was going to be 5 stars just from the concept. So it's still my favorite book of the year.
Yeah. Well, Joni, are you enjoying it? Are you also enjoying King of Wrath? Because that also sounds really good. I'm wondering if that's like the same concept as like historical fiction, or maybe it's like a bit of a fantasy kind of aspect to it. But yeah, that is amazing. ML says hi to Joni. Yes, everyone, welcome. We all need to make sure we're kind and welcome to new commenters because that is lovely. Brittany and I love Babel. Yes, exactly.
We do. As soon as I read it, I knew ML was going to love it. And I was like, you need to read this book.
Yes. So I haven't read it, but obviously everyone's been going crazy about it, either like adoring it, I think for the most part, or other people just talking about how thick it is, because it is like a dedication. But
it's very thick and it's very technically written because there are footnotes, and I cannot even imagine the amount of research that the author had to do do Babel. And I do believe that you need to do both, read and listen at the same time. Because there's a lot of other languages in this book, because it's all about the translation of languages. So to try to physically read it would be difficult. And also just listening to it would be difficult because I think you'd be lost.
Yeah, that's actually really fascinating because have you ever read The Secret History by Donna Tartt?
No, I want to.
There's a lot of like old ancient Greek because like the
Mhm.
main characters all study Greek together. And so when they're talking with each other and they don't want anyone else knowing what they're saying, they switch to that language. And now that I think about it, that was like my pre-audiobook days. I wonder what that would be like with an audiobook.
I
Yeah.
highly recommend using both. And the footnotes are narrated by a different author or by a different narrator. So it's
Mhm.
easy to know like what's a footnote and what's not a footnote.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But hello, welcome back, Chrissy. I hope that your internet is a little bit better this time. It must be maybe because you're on your phone. And you're hello?
No, it's because we moved sites, and so this particular site, I mean, just normal cell service really sucks. So
Yeah. I bet. Oh gosh. Well, are you still enjoying Hooked though, or are you like, what are your
I
thoughts about
am.
it?
I really, really am. Honestly, like, so I'm on chapter 20, just starting chapter 28.
Okay.
And so it's kind of like stuff you've already like gone over. It's like the fact that how he's just like thinking she's part of it, and it's like but at the same time it's like she's oblivious to everything, so like why would she I don't know. It's like one of those parts where it's like, really?
Yeah. Yeah, where you're like, have you not, like, I know they haven't known each other for very long, and for anyone who doesn't know, we're reading a dark romance, and it's like a Peter Pan retelling, and yeah, the Wendy just, like, I feel like it's very clearly that she doesn't know anything. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't know what her dad does. She doesn't know any of this stuff. And so, like, I feel like there's a time when Hook is like, she's a part of this. She's like among the evil masterminds. And I'm like, yeah, I know you haven't been with her for very long, but I feel like you should get the gist that she clearly isn't like that.
But I mean, like the father's assistant describes her as well. So it's like, why would it's like just because she shows up doesn't mean anything at all. Plus, she was with kind of a friend, as it were.
Yeah, and as you move forward in it, it gets a little bit more chaotic. But I will say that like the distribution of information does finally happen, where like it doesn't make anything better really in regards to like the events that go down. But at least there's like a bit more understanding of like everyone seems to be on the same page finally, which is like, oh my gosh. So that's good. Like things get aired out finally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So Lexi got to 26% in Misery. Oh my God. Are you enjoying it? What are you thinking about it? Yeah, that's by Stephen King, right? I haven't read that myself. But I am reading more horror. While I'm doing this, I'm reading The Salt Grows Heavy by Cassandra Khaw, and they are like a horror writer. This is like a novella, and it's like pretty much an aerial retelling like of mermaids, and it's very dark, I want to say atmospheric horror. So it's not like jump scares and all these things. It's very atmospheric, like dark, grim fairy tales and everything. And I'm enjoying it. And it's only about 100 pages. So if anyone's interested.
What was that title? Because I'm on Team Mermaids for next month. So that might be something that I require.
Yeah. So it's called The Salt Grows Heavy.
Okay.
And it's by Cassandra Khaw, Khaw.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's serendipitous. Because I just got in my library. I've got the physical copy last Tuesday. We just got it in, so it's super new.
Thank you, because I'm looking for mermaid books.
Yeah, that's perfect timing. I forgot you were doing that too. Yeah, so that'll definitely switch it up, I think, compared to the other stuff you're probably going to be reading.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm really liking it. Like I tried to get through it last night. I actually didn't finish it, but I was so tired, but I was like, I want to enjoy these last few pages.
That makes sense.
So yeah. But anyway, so Camilla read 34 pages. Oh my gosh, you were productive. What are you reading? Did you end up telling us? I know you said hello to all of us, but I don't think I know what you're reading, Camilla. Tina read to 24%. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You're really into the storyline at that point for sure. I can't wait to see what y'all think of the ending. Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh, Tina, you know.
Tina didn't like the ending.
Tina didn't like the ending.
That's what I thought. Tina did not like the ending.
Yeah.
I remember that from Brooklyn Sprints.
Right.
When we started this.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh no. And I feel like, I don't know. Tina,
I feel like it's all just starting to come together.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. You can see it making its way to something, you know?
Yes.
Just wait, Chrissy. Just you
the next
wait.
sprint, we'll know, because I'll definitely finish in the next sprint. I only have 10% left.
Yeah, for sure. Same. So you'll get our immediate reactions, and then you'll know what's to come. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah. Oh, Camilla says hello, lovely. Yeah, so I think you probably by this comment, like by the time we got to it, you know how we're feeling. I guess, I don't know, maybe you don't, because we've only been kind of brushing about it. What do you think, Brittany?
There's things that I am enjoying about it, and there's things that I am questioning about it. So I'm probably middle of the road at this point, but I'm starting to suspect something. And if it goes in the direction that I think it's going, it might bump it up to a 4-star.
I think I might. I don't know if I know what you're talking about. I have an idea in my head.
See?
Yeah.
I think I've kind of figured out what's happening to some extent, and if it goes the way I think it's going,
yeah. And also, we're getting to the point where there's like, you know, things settled down in regards to the Peter Pan references, but now they're amping up again.
Although somehow I missed that this assistant's name. I put it in the comments. This is not a spoiler. But
I missed it too.
They kept calling the assistant Tina, which I thought, okay, that's great. But then they used her full name, and maybe they did earlier, but I missed it. And they said Tina Bell, and I went, oh, she's Tinkerbell.
I know, I completely missed it too. And of course it makes sense because him as Peter Pan, his
I only caught that at like 75% into the book.
Yeah, when they finally said it aloud, I was like, oh, but yeah, maybe I completely missed it. I don't know.
If it was in the earlier part of the book, I did not catch it.
No. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, you were like onto it immediately. Well, but yeah, I think I'm enjoying it as well. There's something about Hook and Wendy's dynamic that I really I do like, you know, even though like she knows he's not good for her, he knows he's not good for her, but there's just, I do like their chemistry no matter what. It's just like the chaos of the world that I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is, you know, like just everything else that's happening is you know, it's organized crime. It's the mafia aspect of it, as you said. So yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think what I like, it'll depend on the ending, my official feelings about it for sure. Yes, so Tina says, hello. Did you finish Half-Baked Murder? Yes, she did, Camilla. Yes, I'm just going to continue to be very happy about this. Camilla, if you end up reading it, please let us know what you think. I don't know if you're just interested in general, but it's a fun read. Calico Confusion is a cozy mystery set, oh my gosh, at a kitten cafe. That's so cute. Oh my gosh, I want a cat so badly. Yeah, that's really cool. Who's the author? I want to read more cozies. Yes, we totally support that. If anyone doesn't know that, like what a kitten cafe, where the owner works with shelters to, have cats there to be adopted or just to hang out with. Yes, I love that concept. It allows people to kind of interact with the cats, see if the cats are into you, you're into them. And then, it promotes adoption, which I really appreciate. So excited to hear all the accolades for Babel. Yes, Joni. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. Yeah, you've got full supporters. You've got ML in the comments. You've got Brittany on.
So good. It's so good.
Welcome, Joni.
I don't know if you can hear me, I'm gonna go. It's really lagging on my side, and
Oh,
I don't
no.
want to ruin your sprints. So I'm just gonna head off, but I'm gonna be in the comments. So
Okay, sounds
it's just
good.
really, really bad. I'm so sorry.
No, nothing to apologize for. Totally fine. Thanks for being here when you could, and we'll talk to you in the comments. Okay, yeah, no
All right.
worries. Okay, bye,
Bye.
Chrissy. Bye. Where are we here? I'll do that. I think I just do. There we go.
There you
Okay.
go.
I was like, there was some finagling going on.
It's
Oh
like,
my God.
which one do I hit?
Yeah, I was like, I've got too many screens now, like too many options.
I need to figure out how to delete some of the custom ones that I made and don't actually want any longer.
Yeah. Especially because it makes screens where, like, the one I did, like, if I do this one, it, like, that's my 4-screen one. And it, like, pretends that there are 4 people here when there isn't. So I was like, can't you just know if there's not 4 people here? Anyway, but yes, yeah. Thanks for everybody for welcoming Joni. I hope, Joni, that you're feeling very welcome. Yes, ML did love it so much. Oh, awesome. Enjoying it, but only on chapter 2. Oh, so there's so much for
you are
to get.
just dipping your toe in. I can't
Yes.
wait. I can't wait to see what you think, Joni.
Yes, so many footnotes ahead. So much information. So
I
exciting.
think it's one of those ones when you see someone reading a book, like we all have books that we like, but there's also like the upper echelon of books that you like love.
Yeah.
And when
Where
you're
you're like, that person reading it, we're connected because you're
I'm
reading
so
this
excited
book.
for you to experience a book that I love, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But I like the tip of also doing immersive. So, like, if anyone wants to do that, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, so by Catherine Han, that's the cozy she's reading. Lovely. Love seeing people sharing book recommendations. Yeah, I was going to say, I think that I would like it too. And honestly, now that I'm done with like all of the academic things of my own like master's at the moment, I think I can finally do cerebral reads again that like aren't affiliated with school. I feel like when I was in school, I couldn't read, really information heavy books. Like Evelyn Hardcastle, for instance, I had to put that down, and now I'm finally going to pick it up again in the summer so that you and I can talk about it.
I cannot wait.
Yeah. I'm really excited about it because I know exactly who I'm going to talk to as soon as I'm done. And so admire the author and her skill. Absolutely incredible. Oh, I bet it took forever for her to like write it.
I am so excited because their new book comes out like next week.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
And I have it on pre-order.
Yeah. What was it? What's it called?
Yellowface. It's a thriller.
Oh my gosh.
This is an author who has written his epic high fantasy, historical fiction fantasy, and now a thriller. And I 5-starred a good portion of all of it.
Yeah. I love like a versatile author who can kind of try different genres and still like move people. And that is awesome. Joni, I have the physical book from Book of the Month. I normally read on Kindle. Oh my gosh, I didn't know it was a Book of the Month pick. That's actually really awesome for people who want it. Tina is about 40% into Calico Confusion, and it's amazing. It's my first time reading a cozy mystery set in another country. I believe it's in Britain. Honestly, yeah, I've had this discussion with other people, and I feel like the cozy industry, like cozy mysteries, is predominantly North American. And so, yeah, like it's interesting when it ends up being in other countries or other continents. Yeah, really interesting. Another country than I live in. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yep. Yeah, because I think I've read a few in Britain though, or I read one in France, Croissants, what is it, Death and Croissants by Ian Moore, and that one is actually set in like the French countryside, and like the protagonist is this older British man who I kind of imagine as Hugh Grant. Yeah, that's cool, Tina. I just added to my wish list. Cool. I like cozies that take place abroad. Yeah, awesome. Woohoo. Let's see here. Oh, I know. I think Chrissy was really enjoying Cousins, though.
Like, I think so too. Last time I checked in on that.
Yeah. I think for these sprints, she was kind of trying to focus on Hooked because we were reading it, but I do think she's enjoying Cousins. And Chrissy, if you're now watching through the comments, be sure to respond to Camilla.
Please answer in the comments.
There we go. Yeah. I just was like, oh, she can talk for herself.
Yeah.
So Lexi said, yes, I'm enjoying it so far, reading a lot of King right now. Also listening to Under the Dome. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Under the Dome. I remember there was a TV show.
There was
Under
a
the
TV
Dome.
show.
Yeah, I remember that, but I've never read the book. Yes, the ending is what ruined Hook for me. Oh no! It ruined
Tina, the stress.
what? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, to be like, maybe not really like it that much, but to like just completely destroy it for you. Oh, what is it even gonna be? I have no idea. Well, you're gonna find out soon. I'm gonna get through these comments and then we'll do another sprint. So anyone who's kind of itching to do that, don't worry, we'll get to a sprint soon. But I didn't want to say that like I want you to like the ending. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll figure it out, but this is food for thought.
We can always agree to disagree if one of us likes the ending.
Oh, for sure.
Always fine to disagree on books. Books is,
yeah, we'll still be bookish friends.
Absolutely.
No worries.
We may agree though, so who knows?
Yeah, exactly. If we all end up agreeing, then it's kind of like, yeah, that makes sense. Camilla is reading The Perfect Marriage by
I've heard good things.
Rose. Have you read it or?
I haven't read it, but I've heard very good things.
Yeah, I can actually picture the cover and everything. I think that might have also been at one point a book of the month option too. Maybe that's why I'm recognizing it too. But that seems like kind of domestic thriller-ish as well. I hope you're enjoying it. But I wouldn't mind having people to rant about the ending with. Be like, it's okay if you end up liking it, but I kind of want someone to rant about it with. The book was going to be a 5-star and then made it 3-star. Okay, that is a significant drop for sure. Yikes. I would say that at the moment, I don't see it being a 5-star for me anyway. Like it kind of, how the way the ending could go, I feel like I could give it a 4, depending on what's going on. But I'd also, so that kind of worries me as well, that I'm already a little bit.
I'm 100% with you. And I think it's so funny because we really agree a lot of times on our romance books.
Yeah, we're like very much in sync about it. So if you're not feeling it, I'm not going something.
Because right now I'm at a 3. The ending could push it to a 4.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Depending on the ending.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm feeling too. I'm like, it could just be like a fine 3-star read. Just depends on which way. The ending has a lot riding on it. Danny says, I can't wait to hear your thoughts on The Salt Grows Heavy. I'm excited to pick it up. That's right. Yeah. So Danny and I were talking about this book because Danny has, I believe he said you have a hold on it. So you're waiting for your book to come in for the library. And I genuinely am enjoying it. I think I only have about 10, 15 pages left. And I'm just like, this is really good. Like it's very horrific in regards to the things that are happening, but also the author is just writes so beautifully. And I feel like it's a commentary on how women are deemed monsters or non-binary people are deemed monsters. Because there is a non-binary character in it as well. But in reality, it's the human men who are doing these crazy things. But anyway, yeah. Bye, Chrissy.
I must read this for Teen Mermaids.
Yeah, totally. And it's a quick read because it's only 100 pages. So it'll work for you to kind of get through more books. Mm-hmm. You guys are teaching me about this cozy mystery genre. Can't wait to look some up. Yes. Yes. Oh, you're in good hands with all the people in the comments right now because I would trust any of their recommendations. Leandra the T-Bird. Oh, that's me. ML says, you will appreciate this. R.F. Kuang, wrote Babel while earning a master's in contemporary Chinese at Oxford. She also just earned her PhD from Yale. Oh my gosh. She's brilliant is what I'm getting from this. And I already thought that because of that she wrote Babel and from what I've heard about it. Yeah, that is crazy. How do you have time to do that? And then
I cannot, because Babel must have that was an undertaking. That book was not just slapped together. There's just no way.
No, on top of you just juggling so many other millions of things that are in your brain. Yeah, that is insane. Wait, I realize now I didn't need the parentheses to identify the author when I said the yeah, no worries. That was great. I appreciated it. For anyone else in the comments, maybe if they are kind of scanning through, they can find it. The Perfect Marriage is a good one. Joni coming in with her own recommendations. Sweet. Yeah, Camilla. I mean, Joni says it's really good, so I'm hoping that you're finding it as well. Actually, yeah, saying it's so good. Oh,
I've heard great things.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and honestly, I've been overdue for like a kind of domestic thriller thing because when I actually really like those. If I'm gonna read a thriller, I kind of like it not to be like in the family, but like that kind of
Yep.
atmosphere of neighborhood, and I find that really fascinating. Wait, she is still pursuing the PhD at Yale currently, but please join me in being blown away.
Absolutely.
And coming out with more books. Like that is, yeah, I was gonna say because that's crazy. Joni, Dam Kwong is a smart cookie. Stan, a cerebral female. Yes, we do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's awesome. On top of the master's from Oxford, she went ahead and picked another master's up from Cambridge in Chinese studies. Okay, I'm done fangirling. Maybe.
It's amazing. Honestly,
Oh, yeah.
I can't even.
Yeah, especially with like, to be honest, like I just got my master's, right, and I'm like, I'm done, I'm good. Like that was fine for me, and I am very happy to just end it there. So Nicole says, sorry, Leandra, I had to go out. No worries, you're totally fine. We'll catch up on your thoughts on the replay. My daughter came to visit. Oh my gosh, those are perfect excuses. Yes, that is great. I hope that you and your daughter had a good time, a good chat. I know, I'm pretty sure she's in school. She was the one you were talking about in your sprints, who is currently going to school to become an educator. So yeah, that's really cool. She would fit right along in all of this discussions we just had. Tina says, an amazing channel for cozy mystery recommendations is the Beach Bum Bookworm. Oh my gosh. I also know there's a podcast. It's called like the Cozy Pod or something. And the host just interviews cozy mystery writers like every month or something like that. And I've enjoyed a few of those. So if anyone's interested, that's actually led me to pick up a few cozies because the authors just seem so personable. I love when that happens. Yeah. So she has multiple videos on what cozy mysteries are and recommendations for beginners.
Nice.
I love that. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Oh, yes. Thank you, Tina. Full of knowledge as always. And she convinced me to read them. Oh my gosh. Yeah. And now look at you. You're like constantly reading those and like making all of us.
Tina's always coming into the comments with a fun cozy.
Yes. Yeah. Great. And Joni says that she's subscribed. So that is awesome. And yeah, report back to us if you also think that all of us should subscribe because that sounds great. Okay. We ended up having a bit longer of a break this time. So I hope everyone was able to get their snacks, get their drinks and everything like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, thanks for your patience so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, I know that this might end up being, do you think this should be our last sprint? So
It'll probably be my last sprint because we won't be done until almost 12:30, 1 a.m. at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and it's getting a bit late. So
So that'll probably be my last sprint just because.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same, especially since we'll be finishing the book as well.
Yeah, because I'm not going to start another book that late.
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll be going to bed. So just so everyone knows, this is going to be our last sprint. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry if you all have like just joined us and then you haven't really been able to experience it, but we'll have more sprints in the future, just in general. So we'll start the next sprint and we'll see you in 45 minutes. Okay, bye. Hello.
No, we finished.
We finished. Yes. How did everyone else do? But I'll give you all time to process your own last sprint. Brittany, what are your thoughts?
Well, that ending was something. It's a cluttered ending. I can't say much because obviously so many spoilers because so much happened in about 15 to 20 pages.
Oh, for sure. But especially because so we obviously were listening to this audiobook like at 1.75 speed, but like how long is it? If we were going to listen to it one speed,
45 minutes at regular speed.
Yeah. So like, because I just can't, like, I'm trying to think of like how long this book is in general, and the fact that so much happened in the last like hour we were listening to, like that was crazy. Every time you turned around, something new was happening, and you're like, I haven't processed the other thing that was happening.
It was a lot. It was cluttered. It was a cluttered ending.
Yeah, super cluttered. And I kind of, just so everyone knows, I did send like a voice message over.
Yeah, I listened to that and I was like, I completely agree with you about the epilogue.
Just the epilogue. Yeah, like it seemed weirdly like the tone was completely different.
Totally. It didn't make sense.
Yeah, like kind of like magical, like not to bring in pixie dust because it's a different thing. But you know what I mean? Just those references. I was like, okay, this seems weirdly not the vibe, especially because it comes from his voice, which that's confusing to me. Like I feel like if it would make a little bit more sense if the epilogue came from her for what's being said.
I would have guessed.
Yeah, him saying it, I was like, this is not, he wouldn't say this, but I'm like, okay, whatever. But yeah, so Joni thanked us for the sprints, as did Chrissy. Thanks for being in the comments, Chrissy. Hopefully we can get everything sorted and like sprint soon together again. So sorry that didn't work out. Joni got 30 pages read. The dog walked and the downstairs ready for me to go to bed. Good night, you beautiful ladies. Good night, Joni. Yeah, it was so nice meeting you. Tina didn't read and listened to Taylor Swift and crocheted. Yeah, totally.
Oh, a Kindle case. That's cool.
Yeah, cool. It's practical. Like you're going to be using it and everything. That's great. Is it like, I'm assuming, is it a Kindle case for you or is it like a gift for someone? Don't really remember a lot of the ending, but specifically the John twist. And that's all we'll say in case anyone's interested in reading it. But
I don't want to give anything away, but it's a cluttered ending.
And the thing is there were 5 or 6 like other twists before this one that by the time this one came, I was like, oh my gosh, okay. Like
it was a lot. There was a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really
What
weird.
did you end up, what are you going to rate it? We haven't covered that yet.
I'm stressing because I'm like, I guess 3 is safe to say, but I'm also not mad at the idea of giving it a 2, but I'm scared. I feel like that's kind of harsh, I guess, because it was fun.
Yeah.
It got us talking, it was a book that got us all into it and excited and everything. So I feel like, yeah. What about you?
I'm gonna give it a 3 because to be honest, I don't think the ending just solidified what I was already feeling about the book.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't really like make me go, oh, this book is significantly worse than I was.
Yeah, that's
feeling.
true.
It just kind of made me be like, okay, yeah, what I was feeling about it the whole time is accurate.
Yeah, even if there's like more choices that you wouldn't have made as the author yourself, you're kind of like, but it's like that. It wasn't more in the sense of intensity. It was just like, yep. Reiterating what I was already thinking. Yeah, I think that's a good way of saying it. Because and also, I don't know, like I think it's a fun book, like to get through. But I was kind of like, also like, oh my gosh, like this is just crazy. I mean, it'll be interesting to see like as the series goes on, like our feelings about other types.
I know so many people, so I'm like, maybe this series just isn't for me. Although I want to try Scarred just to see, because I know so many people who 5-starred this series. Like 5-starred the first book. I probably like 90% of my friends on Goodreads 5-starred this first book.
And also I think a few people who may not be here in the comments right now, but like they were saying that Scarred almost felt slower, that they weren't as into it.
Well, I might like slower because I felt like this was
I was like, this might be more up my alley, especially the way
might be great.
you described it. Like, it seemed like it was a different tone. I think it's going to be up my alley a bit more, and then it'll solidify if the series is for us or not.
Exactly.
But at the moment, I'm like,
because they are all standalone, so like you don't. It's
Mm-hmm.
a series, but like it's not. So I do want to try another one because, like you said, the tone could be completely different.
Exactly.
It isn't the same series, so
for sure. So Camilla read 40 pages. This book is so intense, I bet. Oh my gosh. I hope that it ends up being a great read for you. But I'm going to have to keep in mind The Perfect Marriage then if you are already finding it great. Tina said, I can suspend my disbelief through disgustingly dark romances, but that kind of thing is hard. Like not every time for me. Yeah. Like it's also like, yeah, it's a hard no, now that I'm reading it correctly. And also just like, again, these things, a lot of these twists didn't really, like, some of them didn't have anything to do with like the violent mafia thing. They just like were twists.
yeah,
and it was just like that would have been weird in a regular romance, you know?
absolutely. I don't mind the violence. Like that didn't bother me at all. That's not. It was more that the ending felt to me not so much cluttered, but it also felt like it was like pulling things out of a hat to make it more dramatic.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It
Like
didn't
really,
feel
like, boom, boom.
I like a more subtle and I love a good twist, but I want it to catch me off guard. And I don't think you need to have like, oh, this is a twist, and then this is a twist, and then this is a twist. It was a lot.
Yeah, you also need time to process those twists to like appreciate them, and just felt like everything was
You would have had one maybe halfway through.
Yes, yeah, like slowly getting these things rather than everything culminating in the end, and you're just like, overstimulated.
Because the first twist, which we are near the creature,
we were like,
we were like, ooh, and that was actually like
exciting.
Solid. I was like, ooh, that's solid. And I was like, oh, that's where we're going. That's cool. And then it went a little off the rails.
yeah. Then that twist turned into something else, and then it was just craziness. Yeah. So Danny is at 85%, and I think I'm mad. I think this is going to have such a boring end. Every interesting storyline has ended or went in a direction I am not pleased with. Oh well, thanks for sprinting. I'm so sorry. That stinks. It's not the way you want like a series to end, whether it's a duology or anything like that.
That is not what we want.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, especially you're at 85%. You can feel pretty certain about what's coming.
I'm so sad to hear that.
Yeah. But not to worry. The Salt Grows Heavy is coming to you soon, hopefully, and then that'll pick you up. ML says, I think I have a student paper that focuses on AI, written by AI. Oh no. So the AI detection tool is coming up 87% AI written text. See, that is crazy. Like, it is crazy to think about students nowadays and like the different technology, like cheating options they have. Last semester, I remember we got this new like system at my college. So the course I was taking, I had to like inform all the students being like, you've got to check this box to make sure it goes to the system, because it'll basically look through to make sure if you've like cheated, or if you've had an AI, like an artificial like essay creator. Or there was this one other instance that another professor had where they were pretty sure the student took an essay from the internet, did Google Translate to a different language, and then retranslated it so that like the words were kind of changed, and then like supposedly our software wouldn't be able to tell. And it's just like, these people are so creative. It's just like, just freaking write the essay. Yeah.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I don't even know why people would think they'd get away with that.
No, exactly. It's like we tell you that this is going to be detected. They do it anyway. And then there's just, well, we did what we had to do, especially in this kind of thing. Like the student could potentially, depending on the college's like, different rules, like be just expelled. Like they will not return. They will not get their degree. And it'll like really harm, any type of future for them, at least degree wise. I don't know. That really sucks. It's a Kindle case for me. Pink and yellow, my favorite colors. Ah, lovely. I like that. I think it'll probably go along with like I mean, it's a Kindle, so you don't really get to see the colorful covers, but usually, we're gonna wrap this up soon. We're going to bed. But like it adds to the pastel colors that are usually on cozies as well. So yes, all the good reads in our future, hopefully. Yes, exactly. Just be positive, get through this, and then greater books to come. I don't know how to handle it. We are told the tool is not definitive, but 87% is
That's very high.
Yeah, it'd be different if it was like 20%, and you're like, okay, but
or even 50, you could put that off as maybe like a,
Yeah. But 87, that's saying like the entire thing. We don't have a department. Oh my gosh, you don't have a departmental policy. That's annoying. I have to have grades submitted by Monday. I guess I call my chair Monday. Yeah, I would definitely confirm with them, get like a second opinion so that at least the decision you make, you can say, it wasn't just me. I relayed to other people, my, for instance, like your chair, like they hopefully, I mean, but if it seems like it's AI, then that's not fair to the students who have written actual essays. Like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Tina says, thanks for sprinting. It was fun. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Good night. Yeah. Good night, everybody. I wish you all luck on whatever you're doing this weekend, whether it's grading ML, reading, chores, everything else that you're doing. Continuing a vlog, Brittany. When are you going to have it up so everyone knows to go check it out?
I don't know.
Okay.
2 weeks? Next week? 2 weeks,
okay,
probably?
Good. Yes.
I'm a little ahead.
Actually, that's great.
I have it scheduled for next Saturday. So next Saturday.
Okay, great. So like in the next like 2 weeks or so, you're going to be finding it. Yeah, of course, Emil. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks everybody for being here. We hope you have a good night, and yeah, we'll see you next time. Okay. Bye.